$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm here, bro. It's just a camera problem. Give me a minute. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Camera, yes, your camera went out. Had to replace it. Well, again, assalamu alaikum. I wasn't able to complete this yesterday, so hopefully I will today. Legion, the bloodbath. See all that confusion going in the Middle East right now? I've been telling you for years that's where it's going to be. Remember Mr. Farrakhan? Oh, War of Armageddon started. He said, what, 2 or 3 years ago? He said War of Armageddon. It's going to spread all over Europe and so forth. It's like that comes in the category of watch the weather. Anyway, we're going to talk about that in a little more detail. But again, this right here should say everything you need to know, brothers and sisters. Because they're well aware of this. And they still have, no one's ever stepped forward, not even a hint. So if they tell the truth over there and they got all, remember Mr. Ishmael, we're forbidden to lie to you, forbidden to play with your brain, forbidden to lie to you. Everything we say we can prove. Well, that should be $5,000, right? Because they can't prove any of that stuff. That tells you just prove it. Who are brothers and sisters?
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings. Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
These will say, brothers and sisters, anyone's paying attention know they do this every time. So the people that are with them, either they don't care, they're idiots, demons, right? Or got emotional attachment. Because if they read and just pay attention to what they're saying, they know that they're guilty of that. They know they distort the scriptures, they jump around the scriptures. They tell you to read Malachi, they never mention the mention of covenant, never one ever mentioned the mention of covenant, but he's the primary figure there. The mention of covenant is the primary figure in Malachi. They never mention that one time, not a peep. He's the mention of what covenant? Go over to Abraham, they talk about 400 years here, right? And then they say, and the covenant says, he mentioned, I'm making a covenant with you, so we know it's the covenant they're talking about. Right? We know it's the covenant they're talking about. And they never mention that either. Why? Come on, brothers and sisters. I'll play a couple of things before I can get to my main subject. I got to play these things, brothers and sisters. Because that's my mission to. Because it's your benefit. Because he's the one. They had the believers, all Levites said in Exodus. They was up in his camp, but they wasn't with him. They were seeking the message of the covenant. But if you understand Scripture, it seems to say, right, that they was there because he said that's where he would appear. The message of the covenant would appear there. So that's why, if you expect someone to show up, you want to be there, right, where they're going to show up at. But he's blocking it. Right? So we'll see. This gets me every time, brothers and sisters. Let's go.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
3. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6. And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
Brothers and sisters, it's no confusion where they are over there. That's if you was truly following Elijah, right? You couldn't be fooled by that. The elect could not be fooled at all, but you're not one of them. But if you read or pay attention, it's not. But this is what the Messiah, the true Messiah, is saying. It's not what Farrakhan is saying. He claims he's the Messiah. Right now he's incontinent. You know what incontinent means? You know those things called depends. My wife got me a bag the other night. It was a joke, right? I told her this thing was that shit show, right? So, right? Because I tell you, I said, I'm gonna need some depends for this thing, boy. But I want to tell you, because you lose control here. These people are sick. They listen to stuff. I hate listening to that stuff on Sunday. That's my mission. I gotta listen to it. 2 hours. That's the worst 2 hours of my week. Because it's total garbage. It's brain cancer. You move on, brothers and sisters, because I started talking. I'll finish up. But this is the Messiah talking. That's not how Farrakhan talks. And so he'd be traveling alone because he couldn't get anybody to help him. If I could stand behind and handle it. Not like that. It says when he come, it's a free gift. He won't ask you for any money. He come to give you something. Not take anything from you. To give you something. I don't ask for a dime. I don't want anything from you. I'm just trying to give you information. These other kinds, they want money. Send me some money. So, why do you send me some money? Okay, the angel mind. Now see, this is 7 seals. The Bible is sealed up 7. But see, that's all they know. So when he talks, he's talking, he distorts that. He even distorts that. But that's what he talked from here. See? But said when the messenger of covenant come, he would talk from the unsealed Bible. He breaks the seals. Elijah never claimed to break the seals. Tell me, show me where he said that. And if I never claimed, so why are you listening to him? You should be listening to one that broke the seal. That's how you know who it is, because so if you're not, that's your problem. See, people they get to understand, somehow they think that we care if they listen or don't. We don't. It says many should be called, but few should be chosen. We don't care whether you listen to this or not. I didn't ask for any followers. I didn't ask for any money. I didn't ask for anything. In fact, I'd rather not have any followers. It's problematic. This is giving you information. See how you act on it. If that information is light. Light has fire in it. If the information inspires you, then you know you're children of the light. The light inspires you, activates you, proactivate, then we know you're children of light. But it's burning your ass up, then we know you're children of darkness. You can't handle light. It's burning your ass up. See? That's the separation. So I put it out there, and then we watch what happens. We get inspired, we get his ass burned up. And that's why we got Farrakhan getting his ass burned up and all his followers. That's what's going to happen to him. See, they taught y'all backwards. But those receive that backwards and don't do anything about it, well, then you're going to get fuel for the fire. It means you're too stupid, too ignorant. So we don't want you. We don't need ignorant, stupid people. If we're not being ignorant, stupid people in the hereafter, there won't be any. If they are in a cage, like monkeys and apes, nobody's playing. You better read again. You see what God, when God's talking, the Messiah's talking, and the Lamb's talking, they're talking like, oh, come and please, come over here so we can save you. Would you please be good? Would you please get on? You see any of that? No. He come to get his people, children of light, and to burn your ass up if you're not one of them. You better read again. And that's how you know. How you react to the light. How you react to the light. Then if you're like a deer and you stand there and you see the light, but you just stand there, well, you don't need to get time to get burnt because you get run over before you get burnt. You got to act on it. See the light, you got to act on it. That's how we know you're children of light. Now you see it, but you act on it. You see how you act. You act correct. Because you can't fake it. That's something you're going to try. See what it says? The thief cometh not but to steal and to kill and destroy. Because they might have life, they might have it more abundantly. My more voice is going again. I'm going to talk about that, but I'll mention that a little bit. See, that's the devils and Farrakhan. He made them rich. How did he get rich? Why would he get rich off of you? See, Elijah got no, he did not. When Elijah departed, all that money wasn't in his name. It was in the name of the nation. That's what pissed him off over there. His family, everything else. They would, of course, say, that's my father's money. He did the work. That's what he did. Farrakhan was right with him. He backed him up. But he could have challenged them. He could have challenged them because that was the nation's money. But they had no, we had no advocate. See, I mean, if he's a leader, then you would think that he would be there fighting for you. When you think that, we think he'd be in court fighting for you. Say, no, that's the believers' money. They work for that. That's their assets. That's their stores, their buildings, their banks. They work for that. Elijah left it in their name, see? That's their inheritance. They work for it. No, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. They put something aside and say, you shut up, nigga. You sit over in the corner, and we're going to get this money, and we give you a little piece of it. That's what happened. They tell him lying, Farrakhan. He's so brave. No, he sold you out. So he left us with nothing. And then he talks about, oh, the believers, man, they went crazy, some went crazy, and some of them ended up in jail. Right? Someone went back to the devils, and some went back to telling jokes. What was you doing while I was doing that? You still with Farrakhan, still Wallace, bad-mouthed the messenger, tearing everything down, because you tore everything down the nation, tore everything the messenger was doing. You bad-mouthed the messenger. He said he wasn't a messenger. He said Master Muhammad wasn't no God. That was you, the coward. He's a goddamn coward. He didn't stand up for the believers, so they look around, they had nothing. They walked away with all the money and everything else. They got rid of assets and everything. When the money was left to the believers. But now Farrakhan, he got all the money that coming out in his name, his son's name. That's why they're nervous over there. If he dies, everything comes falling down because they don't own anything. The nation, that so-called nation, it doesn't own it. Look it up. Google it. How much is a nation? It's not a word. Zero. How much Farrakhan worth? Multi-millionaire. You saying he will leave that money to you? You know, this got to come to a screeching halt. If it wasn't for that, I would just ask to let this delay for another year just so you can see what happened when he perishes. Just see the look on your face. But it's not worth it. We got time for that. See? Okay, now as far as Suleiman comes, he's a messenger of the covenant. He brings you home. He rewards you. He don't come and take. He come and reward you that you might have life a little more abundantly. Not you have have money to give me money abundantly. That you might have life. Not that I might have it off of you. Let me give you something. Take it home. Give you. And to give you the wisdom of life. You know, if you take this, and I'll move on. Say, for instance, you have a situation where everybody, it's a law. Everybody on the planet, it's a law. They say it's socialism or whatever you want to call it, right? Everybody gets $1,000 a day, period. Nobody gets more, nobody gets less. Everybody, from the king to the queen to the poor or whatever. Everybody gets $1,000 a day, period. No more, no less. And that's all you can have is $1,000 per day. You can, 2 days you can have $2,000 because you had from the day before. You know, you accumulate however you want to do with it. But you only get $1,000 a day. You can do whatever you want to with that $1,000, right? So say you're taking or take somebody $300 from somebody else. But now you got $1,300. You ain't supposed to have $1,000. So now you in trouble with the law. You got bad things. You got $300 worth of bad stuff come to you because you got $300 more you're supposed to have. The other person say, hey, I only got $700. Oh, okay. Make sure he gets those $300 because that's the law. You got to have $1,000. So make sure so he gets $300 worth of good luck, and you get $300 worth of bad luck. So now you only have $1,000 because you got $300 worth of bad luck. So you got $300. You got $300. So you really only got $1,000. But you got $300 worth of bad luck, right? You got $1,300. But $300 of it is bad luck. $300 worth $300 worth of bad luck. But that means you mess around and walk down the street and fall and break a leg and have a $300 bill or something. See what I'm saying? No matter what form it takes, you got $300 that you got to pay back. It's called consequence. Negative consequence. The other person, send that guy over here and hit the lottery for $300. You go, he did a lot of $300. See, so you get $300. It's good luck. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So now, if you take around, you got $1,000, and you give somebody $400, you gave them $400. Well, you created more good luck for yourself because now you gave, but you got to have $1,000. So you're giving people, but you won't keep getting $400 worth of good luck. Every time you give $1,000 out, you get $400 worth of good luck. And every time you get $400 out every day, you get $400 worth of good luck. So it comes in another form. It won't come in form of money. It come in, well, with some other form, but it'll be be $400 pounds of energy. You understand that? So that if you go around stealing and taking, then you can create all kinds of bad luck for yourself. Using other people's energy. Because you got $1,000 worth of energy. That's what you're supposed to have. You're taking energy from somebody else, somebody living off other people and stealing from other people and abusing, you see what I'm saying? All that's energy. That's energy you're not supposed to have. So now you got negative energy, which is bad luck. Now, if you understand that basic principle, that's how life works. That's how life works. So, well, if that was getting more than us, well, okay, let's look at this again. Okay, you get $1,000 a day, but you're a Lamborghini, and it takes $700 a day to maintain that Lamborghini. So you only got $300 worth of work to work with. That means maybe just enough to get some food, right? Maybe not enough to get your place to stay. So you got enough to get some food. You understand? Because you need $700 a day to maintain that Lamborghini. You can't have more than $1,000. Take $700 to maintain. You only got $300 left, so about whatever. Let's say you're a Volkswagen Beetle. It only take you $100 a day. Maintain that. Well, you got $100. So you got to do things other person. You can buy food. You can move around town. In fact, the Lamborghini might not be able to drive it because it takes that much to maintain it. But now you ain't got no money for gas and anything else. So you got this nice Lamborghini sitting in the garage, but you can't do anything with it. The other person, they move around. They got it's a Volkswagen Beetle, but they moving around because it only take $100 a day to maintain that thing. They got $100, $900 disposable. They can run around and do things, control things, up to the extra $900. See the difference? That's why devils said they have more. Because they're a cheaper model. They're a grafted model. You have any more than you do. One more thing. I'm talking about the great deception, but there's another deception. I talk about this now. I mean, I've been saying these things, but I'm bringing it into focus. Bring it more. I told you as I get closer and closer, I bring it more into focus. And if anybody paying attention to this, know I've said this, and I'm saying what I'm going to say right now. See, first of all, we knew we weren't going to let this devil. If you read Master Hummus lessons, we weren't going to let this devil stay. He had 6 days, and that was it. Period. Adam, he was gone. But we deceived Adam. We deceived him big time. Well, see, let me before I go off there, let me say one thing real quick if I can remember. Quran says everything came from one being. And so we said, well, God created everything. Well, okay, if you go take that route, create everything, right? But he created everything from himself. Now, I think you argue with that one, because the Quran does say from one being, right? Create everything from himself. So those clowns tell you, well, everything he made was good, but then where did Satan come from? But Satan came from himself. So evil, all that stuff, everything you see is God's will. It came from him. Whatever, there came that being. So if there's evil in the world, that means that's an attribute of God. He gave a body to, like the Quran says, he gave him a back. All these things came. See, you got that crazy stuff. You ain't thinking mathematically, so you're going to learn after a while. Start thinking mathematically. They tell you about free will. I'm getting a sidetrack again. The free will. There's no such thing as free will. The scientists will tell you there's no such thing as free will. Free will means, by definition, first of all, if you got free will, like they say, God gave it to you. If he gave you free will, that means he's responsible for free will he gave you. If it's not working right, that's his fault. Not yours. You didn't make it. He said he gave you free will. That's what they say, right? But free will is impossible. And I'll tell you why. It's simple. If you have free will, that means nobody can determine what you're going to do. If it's free, It means you can do anything. Nobody's going to be able to tell them what you do. It's not predictive. Right? But you say God knows everything before it happens, so then you don't have free will then, do you? Because you didn't do anything unexpected. You do exactly what you knew you was going to do. And prophecy wouldn't be possible if you had free will. Because nobody, if you've got free will, that means nobody can predict what you would do. They can predict that's not free will, is it? Move on, brothers and sisters. See that philosophy shit you get from Farrakhan? Keep eating it. You don't just stop. We ain't trying to wake you up. See, in the book it says, the one you call Jesus, he said, don't give your pearls to swine. See, he wasn't trying to wake up everybody. He prayed for the destruction of the wicked. Because if you give pearls to swine, they figured out, they dump that pearls on the ground, they'll come after you. So I'm not trying to wake up the demons. I'm trying to be very careful. In fact, I'm trying to keep them angry at me. Right? See, he used curse words. He said he caught them and he's saying fuck and all that kind of stuff. Right. Right. That God, I don't want you to see me. I want you to see what you think is bad. I want you to stick with God. Oh, he's so holy. He loves everybody. I'll stick with him. See, you don't understand the job I got. Because the righteous, the children of light, that stuff ain't going to make nothing to them because they're looking at the light to come in. They're looking at the colors. Look at the light. Well, I don't like blue. Okay. I like green. Okay. I'm going to give you a lot of green. That's what said in Thessalonians. You don't like the truth? He gives strong delusions. Give you more of it. Give you more lies, more delusions. You're not understanding this. That's why I'm making it clear now. That's why I do say some things that I do, because I know that's keeping you at arm's length, away from me. Look at him, man. He's saying that stuff. Look at him talking. He's saying, calm people. Yeah, he's going to use the F word and everything. Yeah. It keeps you away. Because the children of light, they see right on past that. Okay, so did I forget my main thing? I said, okay, have life more abundantly. I know I did that. I forgot that my main. Let me think about it for a minute. I guess I'll come back to it. Anyway, what I showed you about the mathematics life, once you understand, then you got control. That's the way it works, and I know it works. You have this idea because I actually applied it in my life. And the 5 pillars tell you how to get you the tools to be proficient at it. Proficient. 5 pillars. They ain't been able to touch me. They threw me in jail. That's all that kind of stuff. So just roll right off. Move on, bro. Since I have to get my main topic there. I diverted, so I forgot what I diverted for. Anyway, let's move on. They come and steal, kill. That's Farrakhan come. That's what the devil did. Christianity. That's the history of Christianity. How come that you have life and have more abundantly? Because once you understand what I just told you, that's the basics. There's a lot more to it than that. That's the best simplicity of it. The simplicity of it. You give so much energy every day, energy management. When I tell you to do good to others, spend out what we have given you. It tells you right there. Spend what we give you. How you know what you give? Everybody gets the same thing. God is just, right? Everybody gets the same thing. Spend out of what we give you. Don't spend more than that. That's how you know what you're giving, because right? You don't put a number, a value on it. I'm putting a value on it for you. Not what we're giving you. You always say, be good to others. That's exactly what I just told you, ain't it? You're not steal, kill. Isn't that exactly what I just told you? I showed you the math of it. So you get inside of that, you stay with your $1,000 a day, you're invincible. Give. And you create all kinds of good luck for yourself. Live other people. Hey, get out there and get there. Here you're going to talk to a female. Get out there and get it. Well, get this. Get out there and get the Popeyes and bring some money home. Don't forget to bring some fries too. You know, okay. You understand why? Why yes in jail, you're parole, somebody punk you, all kind of things happening. And they want to blame her and beat her. It's her fault. I just told you what that means. It's up to you. You change your life immediately. He said he had the power to put you in heaven overnight. That's it right there. Step right into heaven. Step right into heaven. Spend out what we have given you. Is that what it says? Want me to get the actual quote? Quote, brothers and sisters. This thing here. Oops. Yeah. Where's it? There, right there. That's wisdom right there, brothers and sisters. It's simple. Simple minds complicate, complex minds simplify. Give me a second, brothers and sisters. The actual quote. Right into heaven. That's good, but you want to love this world's life hereafter. You manage your energy. If you invest your energy in this world's life, that's what you're going to get. But you have nothing for hereafter because you're not in for. If those love this world life, Allah gives to them. Because that's what you invest your money in, your energy. So there's no portion hereafter. Because you're not investing hereafter. But those that invest hereafter, there's nothing here for them. I mean, that's very simple stuff. Lies to it, that's crazy stuff. Okay. Yes, okay, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna miss my give my so many things, brothers, and then I start thinking about them. Then yeah, it's the second part of the second it's called a chapter, right? The Quran says, name of Allah, beneficent and merciful. They ain't like them clowns. They say, in the name of Allah, then see, just lie. It's easy to see it, they lie. In the name of Allah, I Allah the best knower. This book, there's no doubt in it. God, those keep their duty, who bleed unseen, keep praying, spend out what we have given them. If they are sure, that's how you be sure. That's how you get sure to be after. Spend out what we have given you. You understand? Everybody gets the same amount. You're deceived by the devils because you say, hey, look at how much they got. That's what I want to talk about. Deceive the devils. Okay, get back into it. You see by them because, oh, look, they got more. Yeah. Who are they? Yeah, they don't have a Lamborghini. They got a Volkswagen Beetle. Let's get back to before I forget this deceit. And see, the thing is, they said they don't feel God before they had no feel consequence. Why? Because we deceived them. See, Christians, they don't know what they're saying. They call it time of grace. That means before Jesus returns, according to them, right? The dead Jesus. The period of grace, in other words, because he died, everything was, they wouldn't have to pay for their sins. That's a big thing in the Catholic Church. So they can do things, but since the blood of Christ, right? Then for grace, so they're not going to pay for breaking the law. But Jesus paid for them. See the idea? So it's supposed to be a period of grace. That means no consequence for what they do. That's what they teach Christianity. Christianity, our religion teaches that crap. You don't get that in Hinduism. They talk about karma. You don't get that in Buddhism. I don't know what they call it there. It's the only one that teaches that. There's no consequence, but Jesus paid the price. Okay, whatever. So, you put the whole story together. Who's told to submit to Adam? See, who Adam is? Adam is Europeans. I tell you, I don't want to go, because, I mean, it's simple, brothers and sisters, because they could, well, Adam's everybody. Well, how's everybody? Everybody's not ruling the planet. Only people ruling the planet is Europeans. It's simple. So why are they complicated? These are signs who Adam is. He's the one that's ruling the planet. It's not us. So we're told to submit. Why? That means do not retaliate. Right? Hold back the consequence of what they're doing to us. Don't retaliate. So that was pretty great. So they thought they was getting away with what they was doing. They kept doing it. They got worse, more and more, what's what I want to use? Well, anyway, they did more and more and more. Because they figured, I can do anything I want to do. That's not true. Because you cannot escape consequence. But we wanted them to do that because we wanted them to put so much pressure on us to transform us. That's not all together. See, when you put all together, all this stuff comes together, but you see, because you see all the different stuff comes together. But submitting under extreme pressure to hard cause. When you put somebody under pressure, you transform it. It's a positive transformation or a negative transformation. Negative transformation means you crush the dust. Positive transformation means you transform a coal into a diamond. And so it puts an intense pressure. And then let's make man our likeness, our image. That's transformation that they made. But we had to deceive them in order to perform that task for us. They made them think, hey, you ain't got to pay this consequence. You can do all this stuff. You keep on beating us, there's no consequence for you. Because we didn't retaliate. Once the transformation was made, once you turn from the coal to a diamond, then you hit them with it. They're doing them double what they did to you. See how it's always come together, brothers and sisters? Then it comes together. Then you get them. But now you transform. Let's make man our likeness and image, male and female. That's not the Adam in the Bible. Male and then, well, I think we put it about, I think we maybe might need a female later. That's not what it says. That's not. They're two different things. Okay, yeah, so we deceived Adam, right? So he performed a powerful task. So there's just pressure, more pressure. Anybody, no one else wants to endure it. Transform us into diamonds. We're not angels anymore. Gods. So everybody else are angels. Wicked angels, bad angels, whatever, they're all angels. Even Esau. Esau got pissed off about us. We're still angels. We're gods now, he got to serve us. Remember the story about Joseph? That's what happened. His brothers got mad at him because he says, y'all can bow down before me. How? Because he became a god. They said, angel, they didn't want that, man. How are we going to bow down to you? Because Joseph is the one that went to the street and all these stories come together. Joseph is the one that went into bondage. His brother sold him into bondage. He told him, hey, I'm going to be a god. You have to bow down to me. I have this vision. Oh, man, no, hell with that. Bring all these things together, bro. Just let me move on. I could be talking. I see how I'm talking. I talked already. Just bring those things together. But you never saw those connections. Even if you were studying Injil, you might still have never put those connections together. See how those connections come together so perfectly? In your mind. That's what I call it, right? In your mind. In your mind. It's the doorway to paradise. You got to end your mind to get into paradise and hereafter. And that's just getting in the door. Once you get in the door, the ladder is infinite. It's 72 trillion years long. Like on that ladder, every time you just get better and better and better. Ooh, can you imagine that? No, you can't. Every day gets better and better. How's that possible? Here, every day got worse. Okay, we're going to talk about Mark. Now, the story of Mark is basically, that's what sort of Legion is. See, the story of Mark is that's us. In fact, that's the Levites, but that's us. And, my voice might not hold up, brothers and sisters. But the man didn't have his mind. He had enemy mind, so he was beating himself up. If you got the devil's mind, if you cat and you living on a dog island, you have to act like dogs if you want to survive. If you get a dog mind, you want to hate cats. That's not a problem. And you can beat yourself up because you look in the mirror, hey man, I'm a cat. You want to be like the dogs. That's the problem we have. We try to act like them, but if you can't try to act like a dog, he's never going to be happy. You better get along. He can get along with dogs. The dog's happy. He ain't, because he's trying to act like something he ain't. Himself. That situation, we got to act like them. My name is Jesse Jackson. Right? Mark, double tooth. Believe in Jesus. I love America. The same place that beat us, tortured us, raped us, burned us for 400 years. I believe in America. I defend America. I love Jesus. The same one that said, you curse black, nigga. You better obey your master. Same one. You believe in it? And they was raping you and your mom and everybody else, right? A cross hanging from us. That's what you saw. If you're looking up, he might rape you too if you look up. And all you see is a cross hanging down in front of your face. That's the legacy of the cross. When they was up in Europe with Christianity, what was they doing? Was it peaceful up there? Was it nice, comfortable? Everybody was going to church. Everybody was holy. Everybody was forgiving, loving. Was it like that out there in Europe when they was by itself there with their Christianity? That's where it was? Or was it there was killing and stealing and disease? So-called Black Plague lasted, 100 years, I think it lasted. Murder and rape, that's all that was going up there. Constant wars all the time. It was all Christians that wasn't going to a place else in the world, but just there. All the rest of the world was at peace. Little squabbles here and there, most of all the world was at peace. There was no disease out there. You'll find any evidence there was a disease out there before the Europeans came. In fact, so-called common cold, it wasn't common over here. So it never, could you imagine that? Going your whole life, never have a cold? Cold. You didn't know what it was. When they first got it, killed them because they had no immunity to it. So when they came out, what did they do? They spread that shit that was in Europe. They had 1,000 years of practice. They spread shit all over the world. Now they got wars and disease. They're telling you, that's Jesus. Yeah, okay. Then fuck him. If that's Jesus, that's who you worshiping. Said no by their works. That tell you right there that Jesus they calling on is really Satan masquerading as an angel light. Because look at their works. He tell you, look at their works. What's their works? What's Christianity? Confusion all over the world. Genocide, racism, And now you got to tell me, man, well, we got a problem, man. We got to immigrate. Well, hell, nobody asked you to come over here. You're the original immigrants from over here. Nobody asked you to come over here. On top of that, then you boys over here. Now you know, man, we got a problem, man. But they got people from other countries here, and they come with their own cultures and stuff, and they don't like white culture. And what the fuck you bring us over here for then? We didn't have to come over here. That's why the nation was divided up. Or it was north, they was nobody's bothering them. They was over there by themselves, was happy. Right? People over here, India, everybody was in their place. They was happy. Nobody was bothering nobody in the world wars. Then you mix everybody up now, man, it's all mixed up, man. And they should obey our laws. We didn't ask you to come over here. We don't obey your fucking laws. Because your laws criminalize us. It means we act like you act. And when you go to cat line, if you're a cat, you're a dog, you got to obey dog laws. One dog's laws is right, you got to eat cats. And eat yourself. If you obey their laws, you're never going to be happy. That's why you got Alzheimer's, you got high blood pressure, you got diabetes and everything else. Because you're under stress. Black folks are the most high blood pressure in America. Check it out. Most under stress because you're trying to act on yourself. They get wrong with them because you start trying to act. You remember Ali? Oh, they loved Ali as long as he was Cassius Clay. So he tried to get, but they hate him. He said he made more money once he changed his name to Ali than he ever made before. Because he said they used to pack the stadiums just see him get his ass kicked. They hate him so much. Because just changed his name, try to be like, we want, no. As long as he was Cassius Clay, when they named him, eating pig feet, got cross around his neck, and go when they hate you, when you have something and you hate it, you do one of two things with it. You either get rid of it or you change it. If you hate it 100%, you're going to change 100%. You can get rid of it or you change. If you can't change it and you can't maintain change, then you don't get rid of it. That's exactly what's happening here. They changed 100%. Religion, name, culture, you name it, changes 100%. That means that tells you that hey, it's 1%. And they want you to stay like you are. Because if you change and start, oh, you're in jail, you're dead, or whatever. You have to stay. Just the nigger, they made you niggers, you better stay a nigger. Because if you change, start trying, still like Elijah, that's why I shut Elijah down. That's why I came again. Because them niggas, man, he can have that. You got to stay a nigger. Like Farrakhan, that's what his job is. Make you stay, get back to being the nigger. That's his whole thing. And if you read, if you analyze, right, distill what he said, so-called Million Man March, Atone, he's blaming you. So what was his message? What was his message? Think about what his message was. Be a better nigger for massa. That's what his message was. Be a good American. Atone for somebody beat my ass. Now I got atone for them beating my ass. It's my fault they beat my ass. That's his message. Be better nigga for massa. It's sick. It's coming to a screeching halt. That's the situation we're in, brothers and sisters. So when you get back to this man, and that's the situation he was in. And then he ran into Joshua. Well, I'm probably gonna get to. I have to talk about these brothers and sisters. No, I got a whole special. I'm get to it. I put something special in for that. But it should be right after this. The thing is that he sees the Messiah, put it that way, and the Messiah, and we see the Messiah, he don't recognize it because his mind. I mean, his nature attracts him. His original nature. So he ran to him, you must be the Messiah. And the Messiah took him, gave him his mind back. In the process of doing it, he had his demons. Demon is a black-faced devil. He's a wolf in sheep clothing. That's what demon is, half devil, half man. But the demon said, hey, wait a minute, because the man was under control of the demons. He was under control of the demons, the main demon. Right? And so he shouted, "Hey, wait, hold on, what you doing?" Messiah said he knew them. He knew who the Messiah was. It says he knew who the Messiah was. It says here, it says, "And what have I to do with thee?" See, he said, after the man came and left him, left the demon, right? The 6th verse, but when he saw Joshua, his real name, before he ran and worshipped him, but he didn't remember, he didn't have his mind back, so his nature drew him to him. Right? He got a loud voice. Right? And then, remember, he's getting his mind back. And then you got this one, what do I have to do with you? Joshua, son of God Most High. He knew. Legion knew who he was. He recognized the Messiah. He knew who he was. There, I adjure you by God that torment me not. See, please. See, now he's begging. Oh, see, this is Farrakhan. He's Legion. Louis Eugene Grounds and right backwards. Oh, now he's a coward. Oh, please don't torment me. We're gonna kick your ass. Right? For he said to him, "Come out of the man now," right? Because the point is, part of the torment is he was taking, see, these people was his wealth. This man he was abusing this man and used this man to his mind because this man was making him rich. He put food on his table, making him rich and everything else. That's what it says, right? He was separating them because the devils and the demons living off of us. Farrakhan living off the original nation he's one robbing the nation. It says in Malachi. He lived in the nation for years. 40 some years. He got rich and everything. He ain't got no business. He ain't made business anything. They said, hey, oh man, hey, you gonna take my money machine away, my money maker. See? That's what it says right there, verse 8. Right? So he's trying to stop the Messiah removing money maker from him, right? Then he says, okay, what's your name? You got to run your mouth. What's your name? My name is Legion. There's many of us. That's Louis Eugene Grounds. I'm backwards. And him said, see, why he asked his name? Why is that important? They put that for a reason, so you know, because they make it so clear, because he can't change his name. He tried to change it to L.E.G.I.O.N, but he'll tell you, if you ask him, you're going to check. Walcott was not his father's name. That was the man she was living with when she got raped by this Percival Clark. So maiden name was Grounds, Sarah May Grounds. So if he was born, right, as a product of rape, then he would probably take his mother's maiden name as a surname. And now his name would have been Louis Eugene Grounds because Walcott was not his father's name. Yeah. Louis Eugene Grounds. That's it. Louis, you walk by the G. Long story about that, but anyway, Louis, that's him. He's the one that had the man mind backwards and everything else. And he's begging. Sure, he's a coward there. And what he says, please don't make me leave the country. Ain't that what Farrakhan said? I don't want to leave. I want to stay here. See what I'm saying? It's all clear. Please don't make me leave the country. That was in verse 10. And he brought him, he said, do not send me away, send me out of the country. I don't want to go out of the country. Right there, brothers. But, like I said, it's only for the people that got eyes. They want to see. The people that don't want to see, they ain't going to see it. And the people, they got their eyes closed. They ain't going to see a damn thing. And other people that are not in the light, because if they do see it, it burns them up. Remember, they got fire in it. So if they see it and recognize it's going to burn them up, they're going to make them hot because now they realize who they are. Because the angels reveal who they are, clearly. They're devils. Like Muhammad revealed that. Master Muhammad revealed that. That makes them mad. Remember, their light has fire in it. So for them, that's fire. Oh, man, they make them mad because now you tell the truth on them. Come on, brothers and sisters. And so the bottom line is, I'm just saying, you guys mind back. And then when the Messiah departed, he was told, you got to stay behind and get the rest of your people. That's NOI. The man representing the why. You stay behind and get the rest of your people. I'll leave it there. Okay, this is lessons now. This lesson that seems to have anything to do with what the lion dog said earlier. This is this. Who's the original man? That's one of the question lessons. Original man is the Asiatic black man, maker, owner, creator, planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. Who's a colored man? There's a reason why he's in color, but anyway, that's another story. Colored man is Caucasian white man. Well, Yaku's grafted devil. Skunk planet Earth. None of these grafted, so he has more than Lamborghini. So he has not Lamborghini. Like so he got money for stuff. Right? Skunk at planet Earth. What is devil? A grafted man which is made weak and wicked. Or any grafted lie burned from the original is a devil. Can you reform devil? All the prophets have tried to reform him. Remember Farrakhan, he wants reform. He don't see it happen in America. All the prophets have tried to reform him, but were unable. So they have agreed that it cannot be done unless we graft him back. The original man will take 600 years. So instead of losing time grafting him back, we decided to take him off the planet. That's what Farrakhan did. He wouldn't want to save him. But he's claiming he's representing Master Muhammad. Great deception. Okay, the father's processes. Just Google this. This is Google information, right? Yeah, I remember he said, yeah, oh, that. I'll get to that because they had me. I don't want you to go down that road because they had me cracking up so much. She was about to take me to birth room because I was about to have a stroke. Then that clown so much to my Farrakhan's name is about AI. Let me move on. Oh, but I should have gotten to that. Oh, man, that just lays me out. Oh, man. Woo. Oh, man. I knew I should never touch that. Well, she's going to take the emergency room, but I couldn't stop. I was about to have a stroke, man, laughing at that. Oh. Oh, well, let me kiss myself. I still get that. Oh, AI is going to explain. Oh, AI, Google did AI. We ain't got nothing to do with AI. AI says that. See, oh boy. It turns out AI got that bullshit explanation from their website. From their website. Now, their bullshit interpretation of AI ain't figured nothing. Oh, I'm gonna have to stop it, bro. Says, I should never touch that. It's like, no, I couldn't stop laughing by the other night. I just couldn't stop. I mean, this is dumb shit over there, but that was what that was on the top 10. Oh boy, take a deep breath here. Okay, I'm trying to move. Oh. I'm trying to get. Jesus did not leave any scriptures that he did not write any books or documents. This is what Google's saying. I went to Google about the whole thing about, I was telling you about the name Jesus and all that kind of stuff, right? So Jesus, that name's really, but listen what they say here. Jesus did not leave any scriptures as he did not write any books or documents. The New Testament was written by his followers and other figures decades after his death, based on their memories of oral traditions about life and treatment. So it wasn't their interpretation of something. It's worse than a hadith. Right? Decades. They didn't even know him. And they writing this, that's what about, that's bullshit. See how they play games? Because they knew this was coming. They're doing everything they can. I'm going to show you in a minute. First, of course, they had to get that name Jesus, not the right name. See what I'm saying here? They say he didn't write any scriptures. I say he did. I say he did. I show how it. Right? They claim Matthew and Mark and Luke, that was written by people named Mark. No, it wasn't. That's just the way the book was written. So Luke and Mark never met Jesus, right? But they remember, this is this. They say they were his disciples. Luke, Mark, and Matthew, right? But they didn't write anything down until decades after his death. Decades. So they're still alive. Remember, decade is 10 years, so it's a decade, so that's at least 20 years, at least 20. 20 years after they died, they started to write Luke and Mark, all that kind of stuff. He's dead. There's a reason why they're doing this. They're doing everything they can to get you from seeing Joshua, the real Messiah. What's going on there? The original Hebrew Bible manuscript, the original Hebrew manuscript did not come from Greek text. I'm out of order because the other one tells you it did. Anyway, let's just keep, see if you can do it and come back to it. The original Hebrew Bible manuscripts did not come from Greek text. That's what I was saying. Rather, the Hebrew Bible manuscript came first, and a major Greek translation called the Septuagint, whatever was, created from those Hebrew texts. I told you the Greek, but that ain't what they said. See, the Greek translation was translated from those texts, the original, like I've been saying. That's what they're saying. This is still Google stuff. It's AI, so it's got to be right? And they got it on my website. The Hebrew Bible was originally written in Hebrew and Aramaic. That's not a contradiction, but they just said another Google thing. The Hebrew, that's what I'm saying. The Hebrew Bible was originally written in Hebrew and Aramaic. By the 3rd century, it translates into Greek. It was needed for Jewish communities in places like Egypt who had largely stopped speaking Hebrew. See, the original. That means there was no name Jesus in there. The only name it was Joshua. That's the same I'm saying. But see, this is what they said the other thing. You see? Okay, let's move on. I think it's out of order. The New Testament, however, was written in Greek. New Testament, however, was written in Greek. That means the Injil, all that was written in Greek. This seems strange since you might think it would be either Hebrew or Aramaic. However, Greek was the language of scholarship during the years of composition of the New Testament from 50 to 100 AD. So 50 years after so-called Jesus' death. That means they wrote that stuff. So, a memory or something. Yet nobody could figure Injil out. They wrote it. Right? He wrote the Injil, Revelations, 50 after Jesus gone, but he wrote it himself. Jesus didn't give it to him. He wrote it himself. That's what they're saying. John, nobody could figure it out. But he wrote it. The fact is that many Jews could not even read Hebrew anymore. This disturbed the Jewish leaders a lot. So around 300 BC, right? That's before so-called Jesus, right? A translation of the Old Testament from Hebrew into Greek was undertaken. Right? So that's when they started translating into Greek. This is the so-called Old Testament, right? And it was completed around 200 BC before the Messiah. That's what the BC stands for. Granted, this Greek translation of the Old Testament is called the Septuagint. I can't even pronounce that. It was widely accepted. It was even used in many synagogues. It also became a wonderful missionary tool for the early Christians, but now Greeks could read God's word in their own language. That's so-called Old Testament. See, so they, like I said, they translate into. Right? Okay. The New Testament wasn't gotten at one time. The books were written over a period of roughly 50 years. Remember, all these disciples wrote One wrote Mark, one wrote Luke and everything. From around 50 CE to 125 CE, the first collection appeared later. The final account of 20 the book officially confirmed late 4th century. In 40 years. Paul's letter was among the first written, followed by the Gospel, later books like Acts and Revelations. 20 years later, Revelation was written. As they try to get you to believe. Quran and the Bible, and you look and it's like read Genesis. You understand Genesis sequence? One time it's like the Quran. One time. But no. 20 years they came after. Yeah, they couldn't. So how can he write a book that he can't understand himself? Makes no sense, right? One of his 27 books was solidified on Constant, Hippo, 39, and Cartridge, and later ratified by church leaders. It's all bullshit. So the contradictions there don't make any sense. But the reason why I do it is because they want to justify how I got to Greek. There's no mention of Joshua anywhere. Because they know Joshua's the ones who will come and kick their ass. That's they want to hide the true identity of the Messiah. The Pharaohs did, oh, he's the Messiah, everybody's the Messiah. They know Messiah is the one that's going to bring this to a screeching halt. Okay, let's go a little further and see what we got here, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand that. Not a bloodbath. You understand what we just said, right? The back talk and everything else. It was written in Greek. Yeah, 100 years after, 200 years after, lied after. So what? And he wrote the Revelation, but they don't. Remember John in Revelation? John, he wrote, but he didn't understand it, so. Oh, you got revelation from God? Anyway, say about consequence. See, by submitting, we the ones are really judging the world. Because consequence is about judging. Consequence is a judge. Consequence by definition is a judge, right? Every action has an opposite reaction. In other words, so you got to say, okay, what was the action? Okay, that's what judges do, right? That's the crime. It's the payment. It's the punishment, right? So the point is, the consequence is the judge. So who's the consequence? We the consequence. Who's the main judge? The Messiah, Joshua. Because now he says, okay, he unleashed the consequence. How he said, call to the four winds. Cry to the four winds. Then came together to use a stream of army. What did the army do? Do them double is done to you. He's the judge. Could tell you what the punishment is. Do double the man done to you. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's what who's doing. Okay, we got false Israel. They stole our identity. Sunnis, they stole brothers, they stole our land, religion, culture. Then you got those, they stole our minds. Energy, our wealth. So there's consequence for that. If we did not held it back. We built that C-bomb. They fueled it. C-bomb is a consequence bomb. That's you get the consequence. How do you fuel that? What you did, your actions. The action fueled the reaction. They fueled it. So now, the judge said, okay, boom. Now the consequence coming. It's going to be horrific. Why? Because what they did to us was horrific. But it's going to be even more horrific than what they did to us. Because they did us over a 400-year period, 35-year period. But we're going to return the favor in a year. That's unprecedented. Can you imagine? No, I probably can't. If you can imagine, 1 year we went through, all the hell went through, horror. All that. Can you imagine all that dropped on one person in one day, in 1 year. 5 years, it dropped all of the whole thing. Can you imagine what that would be like? No, you cannot. Unprecedented. This is about to happen. Bloodbath. There's going to be a bloodbath. Remember, how much blood they shed of ours for 40 years? 1 billion tons of blood? 1 trillion tons of blood? Now, that's how much blood we shed back on them. You get it, bro? So that's why it's a bloodbath. Mindful selling us back into slavery. It's mindful, according to Daniel, and that's true. They part, not only they still identity and everything else, but they was part of the slavers. Because it says that tree was cut down. They had 2 bands around it, silver, iron and brass. If you understand Daniel, that's false Israel and America. So not only they still identity, but they also work with America, still have energy out both. How much blood was shed to maintain that situation? 1 trillion tons of blood, 1 billion tons, whatever, 40-year period. Now all of a sudden that blood's come back on them in 1 year, all of it. 10 times the pound of blood. Can't handle it. Unprecedented. You can't handle it. That's why it's unprecedented. Blood in America is going to be overflowing. It's up to the horse's brow. That's another story, but false it's all of them. The Arabs, I'll be broken. Bloody. That sand's going to be soaked with blood. Soaked with blood. The gin is going to be soaked with blood. Or it's going to be soaked with blood. You got to swim you'll be swimming in blood over there. America, you'll be drowning in blood. The flood they talk about, Noah's flood, that's America. They're the ones getting flooded. We on ark, we're getting the hell out of here. They're the ones drowning in the flood. Bloodbath, brothers and sisters, you're going to those go tribulation, you're going to witness it close up and personal. Right? That place going to be soaked with blood. Soaked. Soaked with blood. First is going to happen over there. That's the men's hearts filled with fear. Those days coming upon the earth of America because the powers of heaven be shaken. They're going to see the bloodbath over there that's about to happen. That's is the one initiated, but there's a couple of other things that I know that has happened. I'm not going to tell you because I tell them, but the thing is, we at the door. Once it happens, the blood's going to be awesome. I mean, it's going to be awesome. The war is going to be terrific. It'll come like a whirlwind. The war's going to be terrific. Hellfire. Well, so this is going to be totally not going to be obliterated. It's going to eventually be obliterated, but they're going to suffer enormously. They said the sons, even the daughters, may some be the father, their sons. It's going to be terrible, horrific. What they've done to us, and also what they've done to Palestinians, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be afflicted directly on them. Then they're writing their obituary. Blood, I don't know how to explain to you, but the blood will be off the page. There would be no restraints. If they was going to Gaza, that's compared to what's going to happen now. Even if you go with Gaza, right? That's 2 year thing. What they did all not Gaza, what they did in 1 day. Damn. All that one destruction is going to be awesome. And America and Britain, God and MAGOG, they're going to get their ass burnt. Lit up. They're going to run out of the Middle East, their ass on fire. Literally on fire. Most of them ain't going to make it. Arabia, this stands going to be soaked with blood. You're going to see this before the end of the year. I would say in for the end of the month. I'm tempted to say about, leave it alone. That's up to Master Muhammad. Don't let that blood be yours, brothers and sisters. The time and seasons, brethren, ye have no need, I write to you, for yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord shall come as a thief in the night. It shall peace and say, ain't that so? So I say peace and safety over there? It shall, but that's what preceded. It says a peace and safety, then sudden destruction come upon it. Now, they talk about peace and safety two contexts, but we know this one refers to what's about to happen if you send the angel key, because it talks about when you flee, it says war on those people who are pregnant with child. So that's the one they talk about. When you flee, when Jerusalem's surrounded by armies. See? So, and that's where it's saying peace and safety right now, ain't it? Peace and safety, sudden destruction. This destruction they're talking about, sudden destruction. And it's tread upon a woman and a child. Not escape. They're just saying peace and safety right now, right? Man, we got peace over there, see? So destruction come anytime. It's sudden. Become while I'm talking. But behold, but ye better not in darkness, you shall that they shall take by a thief. If you pay attention, you be prepared for this, not a victim of it. Let's talk about Exodus. Okay, I'm not going to finish this bunch, but Exodus, if first is God, he come with power. If he just came here, he man or something, okay, well, when he came with the power to destroy the civilization, they can't touch it. Then there's a God, he come with the power to destroy civilization. Right? And he raised up Elijah. It goes 40-some years. Elijah would request Farrakhan his mouth. God said no. He did not anoint Farrakhan. He said, no, you don't need it. He was a guest. In fact, he really got angry. Read it. Angry Elijah asked for him. He said, okay. Elijah persisted, so he said, okay, you got him. It's the mouth. He did his damage in Elijah's absence. For some years, he ran in Elijah's absence. God's people killed, destroyed. That's what Exodus says. And then Joshua. That's the real name. Ain't no name Jesus. Joshua's the name. I want you to know that. Joshua. They mention, but they don't. Why Farrakhan never mentioned about? They never mention ever. Never mention that covenant either. Mention the covenant. Covenant comes to Elijah's temple. Never mention it. They say, oh, Farrakhan the last, Elijah the last prophet, Farrakhan the last. No, they're running around circles right now because they don't know Dukas. They never say anything was bad for Farrakhan. But there it is. He breaks the seals, 7 seals, plus he brings the covenant of back home to Arabia. Then what happens? They had to stop this. Elijah. People have a vision. People don't have vision. People have vision perish. Muhammad gives a vision. So people, black people's version of that vision. So they said, oh, we can't have that to 1948. They said, no, false Israel was the vision. See, because they was killing them the days before. So now they love them. But they're not us seeing who we are. So they get rid of Elijah. So they got rid of Elijah. That's what his son was supposed to do. Who's better? They paid his son, paid his son off. He destroyed everything Elijah built, his name and everything. Reputation, everything. He destroyed everything. That's what he did. Destroyed it all. He didn't hold back. That's what called Belial. He destroyed everything. Right? And then the government said, okay, got him to destroy Elijah. That's why Elijah's going to see him. And also, UFO, we got to stop the people saying UFO. Okay, so now Pharaoh keep going. Destroy everything Elijah was had done. Yeah. Well, I hope it. Now, they be talking about how Farrakhan helped them and saved them, all kind of stuff. They talk about Scientology. You don't believe it? Go over there. I'm not going into detail, but go over there. I'm going to talk engrams and all that kind of stuff. Farrakhan called himself the Messiah. Farrakhan called himself the Messiah. But we ain't going nowhere according to him. So he says, Farrakhan said, that's why I don't ever talk about this. He got a totally different message. He haven't broke the seals. We ain't going nowhere, and he's the last one, that kind of stuff, right? Whatever. He get himself, and he's on the Messiah. The block it, you see who the Messiah is. They broke the seals. Sunnism. Theology, that's symbols across. That's strategy, that's the Exodus.
And when the people saw that Elijah delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Farrakhan, and said unto him, Up, make us gods, which shall go before us, for as for this Elijah, the man that brought us up out of the land of America, we wot not what is become of him. And Farrakhan said unto them, Break off the golden earrings, which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people brake off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Farrakhan. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf, and they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of America. And when Farrakhan saw it, he built an altar before it, and Farrakhan made proclamation, and said, Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. 6 And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and to drink, and rose up to play. And the Lord said unto Elijah, Go, get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of America, have corrupted themselves, they have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them, they have made them a molten calf, sunnism, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of America. And the Lord said unto Elijah, I have seen this people, and, behold, it is a stiff-necked people, now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. And Elijah besought the Master Fard his God, and said, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of America with great power, and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Americas speak, and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swearest by thine own self, and saidst unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land, Arabia, that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Elijah turned, and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand, the tables were written on both their sides, on the one side and on the other were they written. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua, messenger of the covenant, heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Elijah, There is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for victory, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being defeated, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf, and the dancing, and Elijah anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands, and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Elijah said unto Pharaoh, What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Pharaoh said, Let not the anger of my Lord wax hot, thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, Make us gods, which shall go before us, for as for this Elijah, the man that brought us up out of the land of America, we know not what is become of him. And I said unto them, Whosoever hath any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me, then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Elijah saw that the people were naked, for Pharaoh had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. Then Elijah stood in the gate of the camp, and said, Who is on the Lord's, Joshua's, side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor, Pharaoh and all his followers, and the children of Levi, Noi, did according to the word of Elijah, and there fell of Pharaoh, Legion, and all his demons that day about 3,000 men. For Elijah had said, Consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day.
Okay, brothers and sisters. That's the way it should be read. They won't read you that way. I want you to understand it. They have no interest about Joshua's main figure there. They never mention he's the main figure there. He's the actual one that actually gets you home. Main figure. He said Elijah prepared the way for him. But then why did see why did this brothers and sisters? Listen to this liar. He says, he's saying, what he's saying is, Abraham is not a god. The God is a spook. God said God is not a spook or spirit. Man can make oaths than a man, but that's not Farrakhan. I'm about to tell you.
So long till they don't know the birth record. So they just say from remotest antiquity, this is the house that God used to manifest his wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power in and through. Where is he now? Wherever he want to be. I'm not going to say I know where he is, but I'm glad his power is everywhere. I think I know where he is. I don't want to say because I could be wrong, but he's wherever he wishes to be. Are we to pray and worship Master Farad Muhammad? You don't worship the flesh of any man, because the flesh is going to die. But in that flesh is a wisdom and a power superior to any human being on the earth. So when we look to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, we look to him. And when he ain't no longer here, the power is going to be here. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he would live a minimum of 400 years, but 400 years ain't no time. He'll be gone. But before he goes, the foundation of what he lays will never be erased from the planet. That's a God. He prays. He prays. He don't pray to himself. You don't say, surely I have turned myself to me. Who does he pray to? He prays in remembrance of him who originated that which he came in. He came in this body. You can't ignore him who originated this. Anyway, it's deep. It's a big subject. I want to say to my Muslim brothers, when I was in Mecca, I was there for 3 days. I was there for 3 days, and in the 3 days that I was there, wrangling with the scholars, we talked about this. And when I finished explaining, the heaviest scholars there didn't bother to argue. They had to go away and study it. And what we don't realize is God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And what you're doing, you are following those that God wants to put you over. The Arab is a good person, basically. They've done a wonderful job in keeping the book of God pure. And we are grateful to them for so doing. But they messed up. It's your turn now. And God will see how you act. But you're not to follow Arabs. You're to lead them. And you can't lead them following them. See, they like to see you imitating them. Just like white Christians want to see black Christians imitating them. We're not to follow white people today. They had their day of rule, and their day of rule is up. That's all. God is going to replace them with a new ruler. And whether you like it or not, the new ruler is black. He have hair like lamb's wool, and he has feet like burnished brass. And if y'all can't take a black leader, then you might as well get off the planet. So long till they don't know.
Now, later I'm going to show you. And then Wallace destroyed, he destroyed, Hayter's file was open. Wallace destroyed the Nation of Islam, destroyed it, obliterated it, got rid of the name. Like I said, Elijah Muhammad was no messenger. Muhammad was no God. We got word Sunnism. They made that stuff up. They trick you. That's what he said. He destroyed, started something called Balalians. He got rid of all the properties, everything, stole all of it. Farrakhan was right there with him. Understand, side by side with him. Understand that. So later you're going to see the Farrakhan's talking about calling his brother. He built him up. He loved Islam and everything else. But everybody know. Another thing is that you got, I forgot to put that in here, brothers and sisters, but you got him saying, because he's trying to make an excuse as a coward. He's trying to make an excuse for remember, when Elijah Muhammad departed in 1975, I was there. I was there when he departed. I was there in Chicago, right there. So when he departed in beginning of 1975, but they kept it secret until so-called Savior's Day. So he departed a week or two before that, but they kept it secret. Somehow they did it. And they announced it. And when they announced it, he was in charge. I said, how the hell did he get charged? That surprised me because he was officially banned. I knew he was officially banned because I was there when it happened. He officially banned. They said banned because he had banned him over and over, but this was the final. He finally banned. And I got to do that also. I got him actually saying he had an interview with some people. He was saying that he was officially banned. He says he couldn't even see his speak to his own mother, parents. Mother, he couldn't even speak to his own mother. Now he's probably his father, right? He couldn't speak to his own parents, his own relatives. Couldn't speak to his own mother. He said it. I got to put that in there, brothers and sisters. Right? Anyway, that's what officially banned. And I got tired of it because he was going around bad mouthing the master, and then he would kid. Then when things got bad, he'd come back. So Elijah Muhammad. So he was in the seat where Ishmael was at, and he'd come back and he would bear witness that Master Muhammad, and but then he started that shit again, and I just got tired of it and said, okay, you permanently banned. Remember that now. I was there. I remember the last time he came in was back 73. He let him back in. And I was there. I remember. Yeah, that was before we was at the with the old temple. I think it was a Woodline, right before they got the new one, the one that you see every Sunday. So that was the last time he was allowed in. 73, because I was there between 70 and 75. I was there. I shook his hand because he said, "I'm back," and Father allowed me back, and so he went out and shook all the FYI's hand, everything else. I said, "Man, well, I love his hand, otherwise I'd have cut it off." Because that's so it, right? That's what happened. But Farrakhan, he twists everything else, right? He's trying to say, "Oh no." Elijah had let him back in around October 1974, which is a goddamn lie. He was officially banned. Officially. That let him in. So the reason why Farrakhan is doing that, because he's trying to give a reason. Because remember, he was the top guy. Him and Supreme Captain. The Supreme Captain wouldn't have took charge because he took charge of the military, but he would have been, Farrakhan would have been the one to represent the message. That was what he was doing, that was his job. So when he was sitting in Elijah's seat in Elijah's absence. But that didn't happen. This hypocrite lying hater of his father was said, I said, how the hell that happened? So Farrakhan I saw him, I saw a video he had not too long ago, where they played before he's shitting the piss in the bag right now, he's incontinent. Can't even wipe his own ass. But he was trying to tell people that Wiles actually came back in around October 1974 was a goddamn lie. See, that's so what he's trying to say is that that's why he's charged, because he was the main. Even if that was the case, he wasn't the main minister. He was just the minister over there in Chicago. But somehow, because Farrakhan got to give a reason why he didn't step up and take charge. He was a damn cow. I spent yesterday. That's why to get rid of Malcolm. Malcolm went that way. They punked him. They butt broke him. Okay? That's what happened. So he's trying to say, oh no, he was back in, so that's why he took charge. He wasn't supposed to take no charge. Message banned permanently. So I want you. And that's what he did. He destroyed everything. Message everything. Destroyed it all. Didn't leave anything. It was all gone. That's why the nation fell. See, it didn't really fall. They tore it down, but you can say it fell because there was no leadership. There was no Nation of Islam. So you can say it fell. There was no Nation of Islam. So there was no place to go. They destroyed it all. They took everything down. So everybody went their own way. That's what happened. I was there. I lost everything too. And Aaron Farrakhan.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother minister. Both sides.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Yeah, how he feels about you, brothers and sisters. One put steaks on his plate, $1,000 rings on his fingers, $1,000 suits on his back, but he's incontinent now. In a wheelchair, he can't even realize. Can't wipe his own ass. Can't talk. He's all messed up. They lying about that, right? But male and female, he's pimping the sisters, but he can't get the males to do anything, so he got him out doing fundraising stuff to keep the money coming in. That's what he feels about you. But he neglects to say that when you was alive, who killed you? But ask the question. Who was alive? How did we get killed? How did we die? You did it. You're the one that killed him. You and Wallace. I was there. Now he's gonna blame them for what he done. When he was alive, who killed us? You did. Now you're buzzed to come back to eat it, right? Finish, eat the flesh of what you just killed. That's him. Coward. No good fucking coward. So he is. Who's not alive? But for Massa though, I love Massa. I have Massa. Massa raped us, beat us, terrorized us, fed us shit, pissed in our mouths, raped our women, and our daughters. You know how they are, freakers. You know, our sons, us too. They had no limits. 40 years. Yeah, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't happy. I was in that bed. I want to see America good. I love America. I don't want to go no place else. But for you, the world eat your goddamn ass. You're no good, niggas. When you was alive, you did it. Now you ain't doing a goddamn thing with the word. I pray a lot. Worm eat your ass. That's what he got for you. That's Farrakhan. But Master. It's photoshopped. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. This is what I want you to know. All this is deception. All it's about deception. I'm not going to play this because I'm not going to be able to finish this, brothers and sisters. The Aramaic. If you look in Aramaic, the name Jesus is not there at all. It's not there. It's Joshua. They made that name Jesus. It's all a prank. It's all a scam. Go look. It's not there. That's why I got to tell you, everything was written in Greek. No, it's bullshit. They translated from Aramaic. And the other one, like the other one said, it was Aramaic and Hebrew. But this was, no, because that's part of deception. From Aramaic, and there's no such name as Jesus in Aramaic or Hebrew. The name is Joshua.
Aramaic Bible in plain Aramaic Bible in plain.
There it is, the name Joshua. Not Jesus. And see, Joshua was on this to see Moses. Aaron died in the wilderness. He got himself killed with all his followers. Joshua passed over Aaron, went to Joshua. Yeshua, mention of the covenant. You want to take it to the promised land. I want you to know that. Joshua Messiah. It's right here. Greek, Christ, that's also a Greek name. It's not in the scripture, it's not in the manuscripts anywhere. See? He's Messiah. So it says it should be Jesus Christ, should be Joshua Messiah. But if you saw it's Joshua Messiah, you go, who's Joshua? Joshua said, oh, Joshua. Joshua be the one that take us home. Who he's taking home? Well, there's a people that was enslaved for 40 years. God came to him, and Elijah would teach about 40-some years. They had this terrible person called Aaron. He messed up everything for about 40-some years. Then Joshua would take over Elijah's place. He would take us home. That story you get. Then I always had that story. Say maybe that's Jesus Christ's name. Joshua the Messiah. See what I'm saying? Because they know that's the real Messiah that's going to destroy them. Well, no, that's Farrakhan. Farrakhan, okay. Here it is. This is how it works, brothers and sisters. Deception. If you want to translate the manuscripts, you translate directly to English, you won't get the name Jesus in the Old Testament or New Testament. You won't get it. It's not there. You're going to get Joshua. So why did Jesus? So what they do? You translate directly. That's what you want. Say, hey man, when you can't translate Hebrew or Aramaic, yeah, translate directly English, right? But this is the same way they did. They translate over here first. Why do you do that? Then translate it here. See, that's good. Why would you do something like that? Why just translate it directly? But this is what they get. See, this guy, that's a picture of Zeus. He's the Greek god. He's like the top god, supreme being. Does it look familiar? Right? Supreme being. Does it look familiar? Is that somebody you know? His name was Zeus. God of sky, king of all the gods. But then he had this prefix G. It's like transport, transfer, transgender, whatever. It means move from one thing to another. Right? But you see, trans is a prefix. It denotes moving, changing. But G in Greek represents earth, like geography, geology, geometry, geophysics. That means it has something to do with earth. You see G in front. Those are Greek words I just mentioned, all Greek words. They got G in front. That means it has something to do with earth. So what he did was that you put G in front of Zeus, Jesus, the God of the earth. Jesus. So now you come from Greek and you say, my name is Jesus. And you don't know, they can't write English. They're going to tell, they talk to English person, we write it down in English, translate English. Where they translate G, they're going to translate it as Jesus. Jesus. That's where it came from. It's made up. And the reason that God looked like Jesus, because that's his father. Zeus. It's all bullshit. It's a damn lie. You got to worship it. Mystery, something that don't exist. You won't find Jesus in the Bible nowhere if you go look at manuscripts. You got to go have it translated Greek. That's why they call it confusion about where the Bible was written. Oh, Jesus, he presented the book when they wrote after he left. How you know they didn't lie about it? It's not the way it worked. That's what it is. Jesus is supposed to be the king of the earth. Read it again, brother. It says, behold, I send a messenger, prepare the way before me. And Lord, when you see, you suddenly come to this temple, not mosque, not synagogue, not church. He's the messenger of the covenant. What covenant? We're going home to Arabia. But Pharaoh said, we ain't going nowhere. He never talked about messenger of the covenant either. He stops right there with Aaron. And it says, Messenger Elijah will prepare the way before this person. Right? It's right there in Malachi. Whom the Lord whom you delight shall come, saith Lord of hosts. He shall abide David's coming. He shall be stand as when he appeared, for he's like a refiner's fire, like full of soap. Says refiner and purify silver, purify sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver. Right? He's going to take you home. Right? We ain't going nowhere. Okay? You make it. Let's get information about since you have decide what you want to do with it. Do anything with it. Here we go here. After the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord came to pass, and the Lord spake unto Joshua, son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, right? Elijah's minister, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. Elijah is dead. Now therefore rise and go over Jordan, go home, get the hell out of here. Thou and thy people until the land which I give them, Arabia, even children of Israel, every place I set thy foot shall tread upon, that I have given to you. And I said unto Moses, from the wilderness, this Lebanon, even to the great river Euphrates, that's Arabia. So I said, we ain't going nowhere. They call him God a liar. He didn't give it to Aaron, he gave it to Joshua. They never tell you about it, never mention it. Why? And there shall not any man stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was Moses, I will be with thee. Not with Aaron. Remember, Aaron was cursed for robbing the nation. And I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Be strong and of good courage. For unto this people shalt thou divide for inheritance the land which I swear to the fathers to give them. Abram, only be strong and thou be courageous, thou mayest observe to do all according to the law, which Moses, Elijah, my servant, commanded thee. Turn not from it right nor left, that thou mayest prosper whither thou goest. This book of law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but shall have meditate therein day and night, and thou may observe to do according to all the written therein, for then thou shalt not the philosophy shit Pharaoh coming with. Thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. That's him and the people with him. Have now I command thee, be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be dismayed, for the Lord God with thee, whither thou goest. I ain't worried about a goddamn thing, nothing. Okay, I'm gonna play this number. Go, bro. It's just a snare.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come.
We got sound problems here, brothers and sisters. Like I said, that's why I don't want you to know who you are. I want you false Israel up there telling that's you, that's them. So you don't know that they talk about you here. But false Israel, that's a lie. Pay attention.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass, that, when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. They have said, "Come, and let's wipe them out as a nation, so that the name of Israel will no longer be remembered."
They got plenty of you, brothers and sisters. They make you think that's talking about false Israel. No, it's not you. Okay, I'm playing as brothers and sisters. I'm going to close.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
"49. I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? 50. But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how am I straitened till it be accomplished? 51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division. 52. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. 53. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother minister. Both sides. That's real.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Okay, brothers, I'm going to let it go here. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work, and they've tried. We've tried. Everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And Are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are. And that's real. And no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, but hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but the's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes
Once you
with
start
it.
rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set.
Yes,
you worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes
Once you
with
start
it.
rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person. But that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is...
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. and this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful. Does your religion
dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because You know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk, fly his body on Air Force Two, do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center, do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium, give him the Medal of Freedom, and I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van said in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and enslave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? GOG? Where's your rap sheet, MAGOG? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing from ripping off everyone. The legacy of Christianity has been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
we going to make it? Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Right? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now, I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked and the farmers wasn't doing it. Farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. What comes about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and they drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So now if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. It's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Just all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money, without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get those communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you can call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it travel land. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan, right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. And, oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, the blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. It turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they all thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded because they closed the border. And what you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay? God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and letting it get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call them. They call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no, he refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.